Soon, 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 isn't he that Star Wars guy? How are we all doing? Building a Morax? What is a Morax? If it's a 30k thing, I'm not gonna know what it is by name, and you should be ashamed for even bringing it up in chat. Mechanic Marmager? Hey, hungry. How goes? Working on my Trench Crusade Heretic Priest kit bash. Lovely. See, Dagira, that's something good to work on. Trench Crusade. Not 30k or 40k or whatever that is. Today is a good day. It's like an early weekend. How so? Elaborate on that one for me. I would if mine ever... Oh, right. Okay. Well, you could have just got the STLs and printed them, Dagira. You know? Could have done that, couldn't you? Hmm? Hmm? Yeah. Not really much of a scene for it locally, but I'm gonna have fun making a war brand and writing homebrew lore for them. Yeah, I need to get into the digital files and do some digital kit bashing, like putting together some of the weapon STLs and, you know, changing some poses around and stuff. Once I've dug into the rules a little more and I understand the loadouts a little better, I'm gonna get in. I might do it on stream actually. Then so the outfit, the Heretic Berserker switch sides. Does the Heretic Berserker even have a model? I'm not sure it does. Hey, Raven Goody. My experience with Trench Crusade is more dudes is better than geared dudes. I heard the opposite in the case of the Sultanate anyway. Yeah, I think it's going to be one of those things like Necromunda where I'd be interested to play. Whoever told you that, show them the error of their ways. Listen, I do not know enough about playing Trench Crusade currently to pull on any side of this issue. What is it with Games Workshop employees and arguing via telephone? You know, my ex Games Workshop store manager back in like 2009 had like a snail mail argument through me with my dad about why the second Predator movie was good or not, because my dad doesn't like the second Predator, but the store manager did. And for some reason I was stuck going back and forth between them, relaying messages. It just seems like a common thing with Games Workshop managers. Or at least it used to be. And bear in mind, I was like, how old was I then? Couldn't have been like, I was like 13 maybe? I don't know. 12? It went on for weeks. Sniper Priests with an MG Argos, by the way, if you see one, kill it. Apparently the Sniper Alchemist is also kind of a bit dumb. Where's my dusty brush? It always hides. Anybody see my dusty brush? Every so often, it decides to go walkabouts. Found it. Right, so what do I have left? Okay, so I just got to finish off the quills on the feather, and then we're actually going to stop painting the horse for a little while, and I'm going to do the shields. I'm going to do the like little dangly bits that go on this. Just because they feel like they'll be a bit of a, well, maybe not quick, because the heraldry is a bit of a pain, but, you know. Hey, Hendy, how we doing? The fuck is y'all reet? Do not gag too close to the sun, young Dagira. Although calling you young at the ripe old age of 67 is a bit much, but you know, I'm feeling kind today. That was kind. I knocked 10 years off, you know? It's Geordie speak? Oh, God. None of that around here. Thank you very much. Oh, hold on. I'm hearing noise. Let me go check something. All right. And we are back. Oh, I won't be streaming on Saturday because the family have decided to turn up on short notice again, so don't think I'm gonna have the time. Really? All right. I mean, I guess we could take a break. It's been no time at all, so why not? Hold on, let me just check. Did I chip this? No, I didn't. Don't worry, I'm not gonna move you. I'm just removing the things that you might be tempted to nibble on. But yeah, so I'm not gonna stream on Saturday because family here, and I might take tomorrow off as well. Because since they're coming down, I gotta do a bunch of shit. Be nice if I ever got more, you know, warning when people were just gonna show up. Alright, everybody obviously wants to know what you've got to say, so... I wonder why it doesn't pick her up very well anymore. I used to pick her up so well. Not me with the water guy here, working on the water heater for like 8 hours the other day. Oh dear. Well, I hope it's all fixed now, my life. Also, lovely to see you again. I feel like it's been a moment. Unless I'm just very forgetful. Literally always here. I am just quiet. That makes sense. Well, she's gone full body weight on my hand, so we might be here for a while. Oh, as soon as I say that. Ignore me, I'm just adjusting the mic so people can hear you. You don't face the mic. Hmm? Please stop knocking things over. Thank you very much. Into tail. Macaroni art. Welcome in. I could have sworn you were in here before. Might be imagining that. How we doing? What brings you my way today? Hmm? I'm gonna watch your tail, madam. Taylor's going wild? Yeah. She's either gonna bite me or she's gonna leave. It will happen soon. Well, you heard that I wasn't going to be able to stream much this weekend, and you said, well, you're not going to be able to paint much either, are you? Isn't that right, little one? This is the part where I try to annoy her enough that she leaves before she bites me. It is a delicate art. Maybe you got that on your chin. Dagira, question. As the person with, I believe, the most experience playing Trench Crusade. Ren? Yes? Ooh. I was gonna say, how regularly do you think people would be interested in buying pre-painted warbands? Because I was thinking about stickers the other day, and I was thinking about the shop, and I was thinking about things I could put on the whoop. And she gone. Things I could put on the shop. And I was looking at the tabletop quality Azabs for Trench Crusade, and I was wondering whether, like, Blood Bowl teams? You think that'd be popular, Handy? Yeah, because I'm not interested in, well, I am vaguely interested in doing commissions, but I'm not interested in doing commissions that don't interest me. But what I am interested in is, like, occasionally burning 2 hours here and there, like painting out like small wall bands, which I can do in varying qualities. Because, you know, you've seen me painting like my dwarves in the background. You know, I just pop an hour or two on them here and there. And I was thinking maybe doing that and then having them on my shop with my stickers and all of that, so that they're sort of an as of when they go available. Like, and then I don't have to deal with painting all the armies that I don't want to paint when it comes to commission painting. For a while, anyway. Where the fuck have I put my... There it is. Blood Bowl straddles the line between Wargame and board game. Wondering if the fact that painting means you don't need the commercial licensing that others need to sell them on their website. I hadn't considered that. If you paint stuff, then it gets around those kind of licenses. Interesting. Yeah, that's why I was also thinking about the digital kit bashing as well, because I could do a few varied ones for myself and then for sale as well with a couple different loadouts. I had a friend who used to just paint Blood Bowl teams and stick them on eBay. I don't really want to deal with eBay though, because eBay's recently had some terms of service changes that aren't great for sellers, small sellers anyway. Well, maybe not terms of service, but how they handle postage and payment. That I just can't be bothered to litigate. Yeah, I was thinking a bit about doing like doing them in stages of like, you know, tabletop up to my usual quality. And just sort of having stuff that I chew through. What are you after, Bubby? Do you want to be burritoed? You want me to come wrap you up? Alright. It's alright. Nova's asking me to bundle her up. I'll be there in a minute. Are we going to bundle? All right. That is one cat burritoed. Yeah, plus it. Did the alert work? I didn't hear it. Somebody want to try and alert again? You know? Give me a living joyfully. We hit it? I don't care about you.
Hey there, hi, I'm ready to
Live joyfully.
Okay, I hit it. Yeah, but my thoughts is that like warband size things, despite being probably kind of spendy for my quality, which is something I always worry about. Is when I work out the costs, I'm probably not cheap. Is that warbands will probably sell more regularly than like, you know, full armies will. Could even do single models and stuff for people who just need like top ups and stuff. Frozen charged over a grand for a bubble team commission before. Frozen's much faster than me. I feel. And I don't know what that has any bearing on, but it feels like, you know, just putting it out there. I don't know. I'll work it out. I need to set up the website anyway and start planning that out because there's a bunch of stuff I want to put on there. Everything from a shop to a blog. It's going to be a bit of a pain to work out, to be honest. The thing is, if you don't have the time or inclination to paint pixel, like the extra money you spend is, you know, saving you the headache and allowing you to paint with a like fully completed army. who has that kind of disposable income. You were talking about like probably the hobby with like the most, lack of a better term, whales in it by like percentage. Now, whether they can personally afford that expenditure and it's good budgeting on their behalf, you know, I don't know. I can't speak to that. But like, this is a hobby where money spends, you know? And it spends fast and in vast quantities. Like, some people just don't paint. Some people want to play the game with beautifully painted armies and they're willing to pay for that. And more power to them, and more money to me and my friends. Mostly my friends. Yeah, it's, you know, it's whatever your threshold for hobbying is versus the money in your pocket, you know? Like, if I had the money, or rather, let's rephrase that, or if I was willing to spend the money I have, anyways, my god, this mini is gorgeous, thank you very much. Yeah, but if I was willing to spend the money I have on commissioned armies, I would, you know? If I had that budget, some of the armies that I don't particularly care about and want, you know, either spruced up or repainted, or several units finished, repainted, I would do it, you know? Right, because I don't particularly want to spend a bunch of time painting Tomb Kings, but, you know, lizardmen aren't really a going concern in the old world. Not too much anyway, and my older brother would like to play the old world with an army that, you know, is actually made for the old world. Or made with the rules of the old world in mind and was, you know, play tested as such. So I do it. It's just like I didn't particularly want to paint paint Blood Angels, but, you know, I occasionally wanted to play 40k and my older brother doesn't paint, so I made his Blood Angels, you know? If I had the money, I would have just got them commissioned for him. Beastmen, you know, if I had the money, I would get a fully painted Beastmen collection so that when I have people around in my house, they had an army to play with if they wanted to play Beastmen, you know? I don't particularly have great love for Beastmen. I'm probably never going to collect them, but more than the couple of bits that I have. But if, you know, I had that disposable income, I would. So I can understand that, you know. Also, I hope you enjoy the Tomb Kings with the Big Dragon macaroni. It's a very fun miniature. Yeah, I've got it built. Hello, something spiky. Yeah, sorry, no frog cam today. I need to remember to pause that redeem when the frog cam's not up, because otherwise it's just confusing. It's a bit daunting, so I'm going to do some Black Templar swords, but in between, it's my first time painting both of these. It's hard for me to advise on whether something's daunting or not. Like, I mean, because my approach is usually to just start it. But I think once you get some paint on it, like, and start going, it'll be much less intimidating than it seems. You know? I didn't realize the frogs would be that noisy. If you're just getting into the hobby, that's fine then. Like, you know, take your time. Take those small victories, build your confidence up with as many smaller models as you can. Just, you know, get them done, get them done, get them done. There's no pressure at all. And yes, I did muck it up on the first day. I think everyone does. Squidmar has good videos. Actually, one of the few like proper tutorials on his channel that I think is quite useful for like airbrush stuff, if I remember. If you haven't seen it, but otherwise, yeah. At least as far as miniature painting goes, airbrushing is such a like robust hobby in its own right that there's tons and tons of advice for like portrait painting and mural painting and all that, so it's not always all applicable for love me some Squidmar. I do enjoy Squidmar, but like sometimes his tutorials are a bit like, he's very, very like on the bells and whistles and camera work and beautiful painting and stuff, but there's a few of his tutorials that are sort of like draw the owl, step 1, now draw the rest of the fucking owl. And I thought that his on his second channel, his photography tutorial, and on I think his main channel, his airbrushing tutorial, are two that are very, very, or his airbrushing maintenance tutorial is like very, very good as far as his tutorials go. And they're genuinely very helpful resources. Yeah, they're a good channel. They're good chaps. I always tell people new to airbrushing, whatever you think is thinned paints, double it. Yeah. Double it, and any paint that says that it is airbrushable out of the pot, thin it anyway. Yeah, if you get a paint that says it's an airbrush paint and does not require thinning, you thin that paint. Because they are dirty, dirty liars. Also, after a little while, you're going to want to start sieving your primer, because it will form a skin. I'm gonna so your primer bottles, right? Some of them will be opaque, so you won't be able to see it, but eventually they will start forming a skin along the top of the primer bottle, right? Yeah, your primer will be good for the first couple of weeks, but after you use it more and more, as there's more air inside of the bottle, you'll get like a dried skin along the top where you're regularly pouring it. And then when you shake the bottle up to agitate your primer and you pour it, there will be like little bits and little flakes that will detach from the skin that's formed along the top of the bottle, and that will go into your airbrush and clog it. So after a while, you're going to want to start running it through like a tea strainer or a small sieve or something like that. Also with your airbrush, something useful is that you can get an inline pressure controller with an additional moisture trap on it, which means that you can adjust the pressure, the PSI, like directly on the hose close to your airbrush, as opposed to having to keep going back to the tank. Because my tank is like squirreled away in a little like cubby on the shelf under my desk. So going back and adjusting the pressure is kind of a pain. But yeah, airbrushing is quite, I don't want to say simple, but it's fairly easy to troubleshoot once you know the steps. Like, you will always run into problems. But like once you know the steps to sort of go through to address those problems, it becomes like, you know, it's an additional 5 minutes that you've got to do something to get your airbrush to work. Really, it's not as daunting as it might seem at first. You'll just sort of roll your eyes and go through the process, and then 5 minutes later you'll be airbrushing again. Unless you're one of those reprobates who ultrasounds their entire airbrush after every painting session, in which case you probably won't run into a lot of problems, because your airbrush will be like, you know, vibrated into cleanliness. Sorry, ultrasonic cleans, not ultrasounds. Only problem you get then would be your seals wearing down much faster. Yeah, there is that. It's a pain in the ass to know once you do it. Tell us how you really feel, Pixel. Also, I'm pretty sure you're one of those reprobates who ultrasonically cleans their airbrush. I hope you get something nice to eat. Yeah, airbrushing is a bit like a hobby all on its own, or it can be. So you got to put as little or as much into it as you require. I like 3D printing. I don't mind FDM printing. Resin printing is a little bit too big for me. Although I might force myself to get back into it because I'm finding more and more things that I need to resin print. And I can't always be asking Andy for 3D printing. Have to be professional at it? No, you just gotta be thorough with it and also have no sense of smell. Having no sense of smell helps when you're resin printing. I don't think I've met a resin that hasn't made me want to, you know, remove some of my senses. Respirator? I mean, all the respirator does is stop you from dying over the course of many years. I'm not sure it helps too much with the smell. Yeah, but I am contemplating building like a lean-to or an insulated shed just to throw some printers in so I can have somewhere that's away from where I grow food, where I have animals being reared, where I have cats and where I have frogs. Because having it anywhere in my house or in my workshop is kind of a pain right now. Hey, Fluent. Jesus, how much space do you have? I live on an old dairy farm. So I have a lot of outbuildings, but some of them are various stages of rat proof. And the ones that are rat proof are currently used for, you know, growing food. I guess I could do the whole like grow tent thing inside one of them, but eh. I was going to edge highlight when I got to the black one. What was Pixel's advice? My templates, don't edge highlight it, watch it carefully with diluted brown paint. Listen, you know, after the delirium of the subathon weekend and getting it wrong a bunch of times, I just, you know, I had to lean in. No. On the docks, only place I could print is on the balcony, and I'm not sure my neighbors would appreciate the smell. Apparently insulation is a lot less required for 3D printers these days because they come with heated vats, or some of the newer ones come with heated vats. I heard it's a pretty cool place. Well done, honestly. I mean, whether or not it's a cool place is sort of up in the air, dependent on whether or not I manage to get Cathay. And then I am declaring, you know, war. War were declared on imps. I'm planning my whole life around this. Oh, Hungary. G-Dub's newer stuff, like Emperor's Children and all that, is all available to third-party retailers, right? Because a lot of the old world stuff has been direct order. Or direct through the web store only, so it doesn't have a lot of a discount on it. And I'm assuming that's something they're doing because they're pushing out a lot of the old world very quickly right now, and they don't want additional what was it? Did they need okay. I think it was additional SKUs that they need for I don't know. I don't particularly remember. But yeah. So I think that's specifically for old world. If you don't expect it, we can solve it and on a 10% discount. We just have to tell me about it so I can sort it. Fair enough. I was wondering about the Sea Garden Ilarian Reavers, essentially. But yes, once again, I will stop turning this into Hungry Does Customer Service Hour. Sorry, I mean Handy Does Customer Service Hour. What'd you get for food, Pixel? Reavers are at least marked correctly, but are currently out of stock. Yeah, the Sea Guard are most definitely online only. Been a bit messy with these highlights, but I'm not sure it's the worst thing. Oh god. I'm sorry that this has turned into everybody asks Hungry their questions about how it works at Games Workshop, or, you know, ordering from Games Workshop as a retailer. He's trying to go AFK, but he's not going to do it. Classic pixel move. Say you're lurking, and then respond immediately to the comment made about you lurking. How many archers are direct only, which feels criminal? It's probably so they can make you buy the battalion. Because chariots are direct only as well, aren't they? And they're basically chariots like the staple of every trace army. But spearmen aren't direct only? Yeah, I've got nothing there. G-Dub's logic is pretty wild. Yeah, I've stopped trying to like genuinely guess. With their mutated hands? Okay, AFK for real? You sure? Because I think you AFK about as consistently as you remain in the Discord server. Let's see if that one gets him back. The old world, as we all know, is the melee edition. The thing is, if you remove cavalry, right? If you take cavalry off the table, if you take dragon lords off the table, infantry versus infantry, the old world is actually a very good, like, infantry versus infantry edition. But it does not exist in a vacuum, so it's a shit infantry edition. Because combat in general, the like push and pull of give ground and fall back in good order is like all around, I think, a very healthy thing for the game. So should they do like a round of changes and balance and stuff in regards to point allotments and, you know, certain rules like striking in extra ranks, I think we'll be in a pretty good place. I'm quite optimistic about where the old world will be in about 2 years. Unfortunately, okay, yes, but that's like looking at a beautiful garden and then concentrating on, I don't know, like the fucking nettles growing in a bed of roses or something. It's like being, look at this beautiful garden, and then pointing at the dog shit on the path that the owner has not cleaned up. Yeah, state troops and greatswords. Name a worse fall off. Are you sure you're still friends at this point? have you spoken to this friend in recent times? Have you woken up to any, like, horse heads in your bed or dead animals nailed to your door? Or the smell of gas in your kitchen? Well, that's a real test, isn't it? I'm just joking anyway. His youngest calls me Uncle Hendy. Jesus Christ. And this made me feel ancient, because I assume he's around your age. Yeah, no, I'm kind of perverse when it comes to Warhammer, because I enjoy losing as much as I enjoy winning. I just enjoy playing. He is, the youngest is also... Hungry Hungle? Oh. He is, the youngest is also 14. He's a stepdad? Okay. His better half is 12 older than him? Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. It was like, my man had kids young. Babyface twang? Oh dear. I was about to say legal it, and you know what, I'm not going to say that. Maybe not going to make that joke. Macaroni, thank you for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. Also, why are you working on AdMech stuff and not your High Elves Dagira? Sorry, that just clicked for me. What the fuck are you doing? Get your ass on the boat to Ulthuan and stop fucking around with this 30k, 40k nonsense. He already had his Horus Heresy event. I have one in July. Why do you have another one? Why are you playing this game for reprobates? The only true Warhammer game is the one with the beards. And the Tory twinks. And the murder twinks. And the leafy twinks. But I'm not an elf. They treat me awful in Elf 1. Me and my oldest mates still have in common. Do you want to do a leafy twink army at some point? You should. Wood elves are some of my favorite sculpts. And I can't. Listen, Hendy is like a free agent. Right old dog of war, that one. You know? Yeah, I love me some wood elves. I've got a bunch of Way Watchers and Dryads that I need to paint, finish painting and repaint. Hey, Danger Gerbil, how we doing? How we doing? I'll be getting on the Wood Elf train for sure. I think mostly what I'm going to buy with Wood Elves is, depending on the made to order, I'll get some of the made to order stuff. I might get a battalion eventually, because there's a lot of just like good fodder in the battalion that'll give me loads of bits for like kit bashing as well. Aside from that, I've got a pretty robust Wood Elf collection, so I don't need a whole lot there. It's mostly just like if I have the spare change and the whimsy. And I'm also going to yoink whatever Chris's airbrushing scheme for his Wood Elves is once he's worked that out. I want the dragon. I think I've got one of the dragons in pieces. Olgertz has things. Things are adequate. Yeah, but I've got he's just gonna steal Tobes. Yeah, likely story for that one. Yeah, I've got an in progress Way Watcher here that I'm probably gonna strip and repaint. Maybe I'll strip and repaint. Maybe I'll continue. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I've still got a bunch of work to do on the skin. I use a bunch of blues and purples in the priming for I don't know what reason. What's this mini called? I believe it's just a standard Way Watcher. Yeah, it's very greebly mini. Now, what else have a lot of scantily clad? Scantily clad twinks. Why are we twink streaming today? What's with all the twink talk? It's because Dagira won't paint his Tory twinks. Do you know playing Horus Heresy is Manchester behavior? Is what I'm going to say to you, Dagira, about not painting your high elves. Gaze of Nagash is a good one. Is a real good one. As the doubles name and got declined, yeah. It's like the reason you can't say braggart with an F on Twitch, even if you are queer, is because they can't exactly like police every instance of that to find out whether it's like justified or not. I imagine events can't exactly, you know, make that determination individually every time, so they just choose not to. Yeah, I need a faster way to paint my wood elves. Because there should be a way to just like blast through all of the leafy stuff with an airbrush, but the more and more I airbrush, I learn I'm actually not very good at it. Essentially what I do is priming and zenithal plussing. Occasionally I use it for patterns and blends and stuff, but I'm not especially very good at precision work, I find. This model looks so freaking gay. Great. I was going to say so freaking gay. I was like, okay. Not what I was thinking. Not what I meant to say. Yeah, we are getting there. I'm back with chips and burger. Ooh, I kind of want like a chicken burger and chips now. Is a very happy mini? Yes. Happy because he is riding on apparently the alpha predator of the Warhammerverse and is about to kill a dragon. I'll email you some. So I'm currently just not eating. I'm smart. I'm not entirely sure I would want replicator constructed chicken and chips or burger and chips, you know? If it's molecularly the same, it's the same. That's how I see it. I know I am. My hands aren't as steady as they usually are. Kind of annoying. I also ate just before streaming, so it's not a blood sugar thing. I guess it might be a gains thing again. Do you drink coffee or black tea? I drink coffee. Yeah, but I worked out yesterday though. I don't work out on Thursdays, so. It doesn't feel like it should be that. Caffeine can give you a slight tremble. I mean, it never has before. I don't know why it suddenly would. Body's changed, but I'm also not saying it has to be that. No. Your statement is declarative. You are very, very strong in your intent to insist that it's caffeine. Do not read the message above or the message below or any of your other messages. I'm taking exactly what you say in each individual message at face value as your whole and entire thoughts. Also, again, in response to body's change. Many jokes I cannot make or will not make because we will spiral. I was talking about aging. I am 21 years old. I don't know what you're on about. Well, what we are currently doing is, I don't know if you can see. Yeah, what we are doing is we're just adding some texture to the barbs in the feathers. And then that'll be mostly it for the feathers. Yeah, just so they stand out a little bit. Yeah. And then after that, we've got a lot more work on the like main Pegasus itself to do, but we're going to take a break from that after the feathers are done to work on some of the stuff that's going to be hanging from the sides of it. Like shields and swords and whatnot. Doing this project? Thank you. And as soon as Cathay releases, we will never see Bretonnians again. I mean, well, it depends on... Geez, why am I fucking so shaky today? Is there something I can brace against? Let's see. Can't wait for the 200 stream Dragon Empress. She actually seems like she's sort of a combination of deceptively hard to paint and deceptively easy. I think she'll be kind of a headache to get right, but I don't think she'll take long. Will there be airbrush Cathay? Yeah, Miao Ying's gonna have to be a partial airbrush job to get that like that iridescent like that almost iridescent like purple pop to her like scales and skin is definitely gonna have to be airbrushed. Because if I'm like blending and glazing that into existence, I'm gonna be there for fucking ever. The sentinels are definitely gonna have to be airbrush, dry brush, prime job, you know, all that. I think I'm gonna do the granite sentinels with like marbling effects, because there's some like cuts of granite that you can get that are kind of reminiscent of marble, so that'll add a little interest to them. I can do that with the airbrush and baby wipe trick. And then the warp stone one is just going to be a lot of object source lighting, so the sentinels I'll bang out pretty quick. The terracotta one might take slightly longer. Yes, I am getting 3. I've decided. And if they are Gargant priced, so be it. I'll get one to start with. I'll probably start with the warpstone one. But I will be doing a few. Yeah, they'll have to be a lot of airbrushing on certain Cathay miniatures because so much of the range is like so big. If I do it all by brush, I'll be here forever. Are we not doing a white jade one? I might well do that, you know? Ooh, you know what would be fun, Pixel, is if the granite one, because you know granite isn't, like granite deposits are often smushed up against other kinds of stone. So it could be like a granite deposit that has like a lump of some other more interesting metal as like part of one of the arms or torso. I'll have to look up some granite deposits. And like work out some nice like banding and chunking to give it some pop. Yeah, like granite with like a rusty iron banding, or like a patinaed gold banding or something. That could be pretty fun. I'll have to look up some references of like what other rocks and minerals granite is often smushed up with. See if I can find a decent reference to pull from. I like how I said these would be quick, and then you've just come and saddled me with like an idea that's probably going to add 15 hours onto the miniature. Why would you do this to me? Kintsugi Guardian repaired with gold. Oh. Is this painting playlist? It's the copyright-free music that I use in the background of weekday streams. I've actually got like a podcast on my tablet that's I'm listening to in an earbrush, or an earbud rather. I am hyper stimulated right now with a lot of different sources of information. Also, hello Nubis, how we doing? That's ADHD? Yes, it is. Yeah, so anytime I'm holding a conversation with you, it is whilst there is like a conversation going on in my ears, music in the background, and whilst reading chat and painting. Collapsed into a chair with a bag of crackers. I don't know how you fit that many white people in a bag, but I mean, good luck. Hope they don't get out. Is that still banned on Twitch? Well, yeah, me too. Well, I'm glad you have a week off. I'm not here this weekend.
Hey there. Hi, I'm ready to
Live joyfully.
Hope you'll have a nice weekend all the same. Yeah, my extended family decided that they were gonna come visit for Easter. Graham, keep forgetting about Easter. Have to look. Are you though? Have fun with Space Marine. I like how the body of the gunner of the Iron Blaster is full of shrapnel wounds. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Just like full on full of shards of metal. It's a great model. It's got a shit ton of character, and it was an absolute menace in 8th edition. Like having a mobile cannon that also did impact wounds. You never really like saw a list without a few of them. Like straight up abusive in the edition where artillery could just like evaporate your heroes and wizards. They're good in the old world as well, and it doesn't surprise me. I suppose because they're a chariot as well, they can't be killing bloat either. Are they a chariot in old world? I imagine that wouldn't change too much, right? Yeah, I need to repaint my stone horn and finish painting my thunder tusk. And get a few more boxes of Mournfangs to fill out my army for the eventual cabinet. For the most part. So they also have 360 shooting, of course. Just the old world things.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah, an angle on this side is a bit more difficult. Right. So we've got all the barbs done on the bottom of the wings. We're going to take a break from the horse proper for a moment and start working on the shield because it requires a bit of freehand. Punching the mic. Well, not the shield, but the horse shield that goes on the barding. We'll be back to that in a minute. I just need to step away for a minute. Right. Let's have a look. Well, Pegasus. It's all just gold and silver. They're not going to be the most complicated paint jobs on these little greebly bits. I guess. Yeah, let's adjust how this is attached. Oh, you know what? Cheesy breezy lemon squeezy is are you on a food thing as of late, Nubis? Not particularly. Becoming HDMI cable network routering pod doesn't sound. I am deeply confused. How do you feel about those brushes with a handle on the middle? I keep seeing them and wondered for what reason is that preferred? Oh, you mean the like wedge grips? These? I don't have any particular feelings. Like, I sometimes it's a nicer grip because it's wider, right? So it means that you don't have to pinch as tightly, which means you're not stressing out, like you're not constantly tensing your hands to keep a grip on it, which is the thought behind a wider grip. It's also why my biros are wrapped in duct tape. Gives a nice wider grip, so it wears your hands out less over long periods of like writing, drawing, or painting. But these are just cheap Amazon brushes that I use for like moving paint into the palette and occasionally base coating. But the brushes I do use are these. And I'm kind of unusual as far as like brush control goes because I paint long brush a lot of the time. Like I will hold the brush really far back because it gives me like more, maybe not control, but yeah, a lot of people will choke right up onto the ferrule. So unless you know how you like to hold the brush, the wedge grip might work for you, it might not. It really comes down to a personal preference thing. Yeah, for me, it's just, I don't know why I do it. I don't even know if it's like personal preference. It's just something I do sometimes. Whereas Dagira like is basically holding the brush hair when he paints. Also, he's told us. Hey, Rich, how goes? You having a good evening? Yeah, a lot of miniature painting is, as I always say, it's mileage, right? The more you do it, the more you'll discover how you like to do it and how you're comfortable doing it. So, you know, try out different things, find what's comfortable for you. I've been miniature painting since I was like literally a toddler, but like mostly since I was about like 12. So I have a lot of habits that aren't necessarily like good practice, they're just things I do. Sort of like how your style of painting developed? Yeah, sort of. Like the reason I paint the way I do and not the way that a lot of other more recent miniature painters paint on Twitch is because I learned from White Dwarf and my dad who worked at Games Workshop, so was sort of like, you know, processed into the general Games Workshop way of painting things, which is, you know, bases, wash, layer, highlight, you know. So my style is sort of developed from like years of habit, whether that's good or bad. Yeah. Now, obviously, I mix it up a little bit these days, you know, some contrast in here and there, and sometimes a little bit of airbrushing here and there. But for the most part, it hasn't changed all that much. This sword isn't actually a sword, I'm finding. I think it's an ornamental sword. It does not look like it can be drawn from this scabbard. Why does my guy just have like a non-sword? I mean, maybe it's supposed to be an actual sword, I don't know, but... Yeah. He doesn't have another sword on him, so I had assumed it was his hand weapon, but... I guess that doesn't really change how I'm gonna paint it. Not really. Just do it the same way. Is that bad plastic? What do you think I am? Some kind of animal? Fucking bare plastic, he says. It's grey primer. Fucking bare plastic. Yeah, because I tacked it to the thing, the contacts where it needs to be glued are bare plastic. Like here. This is bare plastic. Rest of it is primed. Because I blue tacked it onto the contact points when I primed it. This is the problem with old people, is they're always trying to tell you how to do things. Grandpa's got thoughts, and you gotta hear him. I wasn't I was just gonna judge you. I find that it shakes out the same, you know? Heavily? Alright, I'm gonna paint something on bare plastic just to spite you now. I'ma do it. I'ma fucking do it. I'll make you watch. I know what you two are doing. Actually, you know what? Because these bits are gold, what I can do is... base them in that color. Done and glued on. Yeah, I've decided, by the way, that I'm not going to bother with the freehand on the comparison because it would... because parts of the comparison underneath the dangly bits are visible, I would have to do the freehand underneath the comparison, but it would be a lot of wasted effort because it would just be covered up anyway. But it would have to be done because it's sort of visible, you know what I mean? So, and I was going to do it in just the corners, but I've decided not to. As to minimize work. Where is the handle for this? I don't know. 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 Yeah, I still need to do a lot of blending on the comparison. It's not fully done. So before I can even glue these bits on when they are painted. With my red gone. Alright, let's have a look at this reference. What are we having on the shields? Torture. Yeah, masking tape. Oh, I guess I do. Oh well, whatever. I guess I can use it to clean up in a bit. Yeah, but the crest is essentially what's on the chest here, but with a stag's head on it.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Every 4 computers now.
That will be pretty. Well, one should hope, but you know, does it ever turn out that way? Where is my tiny ruler? I don't know where my tiny ruler is. Receipts as proof. Wow. No, you know what? I'm just gonna keep eyeballing it. French. Where are you? Why are you reloading? What is going on here? I rush most of the morning, the rest shading that I use decals because I hate your friends because I'm Jenny. Yeah, I'll be back in a moment. I don't know, it's been a moment since I've freehanded anything, so whether I still can is up for debate. I mean, there's a Gunpla tool that helps with everything. Be real. It's a Gunpla tool that does your laundry. You're not wrong? Well, so often is that the case. Hey, Terry. Does this mean the boss itself is done or just taking a break? No, this is part of the boss. The boss is not done. We are still working on part of the boss. Got a bit longer to go on the boss, I guess. Everything is boss, Terry. Everything. Even the cake? I dare not answer that question. Or the truth may horrify you. The answer is yes, of course the cake is fucking boss. It fools you into thinking that it's not boss, and then you get to the center and then there's just, you know, a grey plastic Royal Pegasus in the center of your cake. And then you bite into it and it turns out it's actually hard candy and not plastic. And then fearing everything's a lie, you like move into a convent to get away from all the uncertainty of what is boss and what is not. And then you begin to see the crucifixes. Everything is boss. The Royal Pegasus nailed by its wings to a cross. I can't see you in a convent. That could mean so many things. Hmm. This is gonna take. Made in France. I mean, it was made in France. I mean, I think they're made in the UK now. Yeah. But they didn't used to be. Well, it's not perfect, but I mean, I guess this one kind of has to be, doesn't it? And we continue. Lord, do we continue? All right. So, do you have any grand plans for this weekend, Terry, or we just relaxing? And I suppose anyone else, you know? I have very little planned, which is great. Mm. This goes through the cat door. What is this? A Discord server? Well, these aren't accurate, but they're all wrong. Close enough, I guess. A bit bigger than it should be, actually. These grails should have been way smaller. And the band should have been way smaller, but we are where we are. What we do is Well, we at the end we are. Well. Yeah, the proportions on this are wrong, so I might start again. Band at the top and the grails are too big, I think. Doing something stupid, what will it be? I guess I'll... Yeah, well, we'll see. Alright. Who are we rating? I'm honestly not sure if I can be bothered to rate anyone tonight. I don't have the... No more Temple Run this week? No. I will not be back until Monday. Who are we going to see? Yeah, you know what? I cannot be bothered to rate tonight. There's too many people on. I can't be bothered to decide, and I don't have time to schmooze. So